morning. That's right, it's Sunday morning. We are ready for race number 14 of the ET Bracket Series, sponsored by Scorpion here at Gainesville Raceway. I tell you what, yesterday was a hot one, but we are looking forward to a great day here. Hopefully the weather holds off, and we will have to just deal with the heat and not the liquid stuff falling from the sky. We may have a couple little test runs coming up here real soon. And then we're going to get right into the first round of eliminations that will start off with our Rollins Automotive Pro class. I want to thank everyone who joined us yesterday. Like I said, probably just a couple little test runs, and we'll go right into first round eliminations. That's what we do on Sunday. If you're a new car that just arrived and you nor the car has been down the track, you can make a time run. Other than that, you are stuck with what you had yesterday. Looks like we got a Corvette coming out here that's going to be making a pass in the Budweiser lane. If you're watching this on your tablet or your smartphone and you're sitting at the house, don't forget you can go to our YouTube channel on the Spot Motorsports Media. Don't forget to subscribe. And you can watch it on your big TV, and instead of having to squint your eyes to see what's going on. So the Corvette's going to go down there. It looks like he runs a 12-11. So he runs a 549 at 121.63 miles per hour. We're still waiting for those cards to come up with these new entries to the tower. While we got a minute, we want to thank all those who sponsor us. So we're going to run a couple of commercials, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
The #1 source of friction in your engine is not what you think. piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Mr. Green, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Rick. Would everybody please bow with me? Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for yet another opportunity to do what we love to do. Lord, thank you for the clear skies. Lord, I pray for safety for each of us. It's going to be another hot one. Lord, I pray you'll keep us all hydrated and safe from that. Lord, one thing that I missed yesterday, Lord, we need to lift up the family of Lizzie Busey and her passing. Lord, give them peace and comfort. Lord, I can't imagine. She was such a young lady and well respected in the community. And Lord, also for John Forrest, for his recovery from his horrific accident last weekend. Lord, I pray for healing for him and peace and comfort for his family as they wait. Now, Lord, again, go with us, wrap your arms of safety around this facility. Let your Holy Spirit speak to each and every one of us as needed. Thank you, Lord, for Jesus. For us in his name we pray. Amen.
All right, thank you, Brother Green, and now your national anthem. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to go racing. Hope everybody got a good night's sleep. And please, like Phil said earlier, make sure you keep yourselves hydrated out there today, as it's going to be another scorcher. All right, Pro Eliminator, let's get loaded up, please. Pro Eliminator, let's get loaded up and ready for round one. Make sure you got the time list posted good, and let's get it underway. All right, looks like I'm going to get one more time around here real quick for Mike Lakoski. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Round one. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. I am looking for Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you to lane 7, please. All right, first pair out of the box here this morning, we're going to have Vance Havishell over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 745 is going to be the dial in for the electric Harley Davidson. He'll run up against David Zicke over here in the Budweiser lane. 708 is the dial in for the Plymouth Duster. And red light start there for Vance is going to give David the automatic win light here. And David goes through with a 709 on his 708 dial in. Good run there for David to get things kicked off. Vance runs a little quick as well as his red lights. He went 742 on that 745 dial in. Mel Reisky coming up next. 636 is going to be the dial in for the 2000 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Lecanto, Florida. He'll go up against Brandon Williams over here in the Budweiser lane. 737 is the dial in for the Turd Bird out of Bradenton, Florida. Okay, win light's going to come on down there for Brandon Williams. He goes 739 on his 737 dial in. And Mel goes out with a 637 on his 636 dial. George Emanuel coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 757 is going to be the dial in for the Nova out of High Springs. He'll run up against Paul Allen over here in the Budweiser lane. 706 is the dial in for the 72 Maverick out of Middleburg. All right, 14,000 separate the two in the starting line. Should be pretty close down at the finish line, and the win line's going to come on for George Emanuel. He goes 758 on his 757 dial in and gets the win light. And Paul Allen goes out with a 711 on his 706 dial in. Kevin Roberts coming up next. 746 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro. He'll go up against Jimmy Hall out of Hilliard, Florida. 725 the dial in for his Chevy Camaro. He's over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, one of them is real good, one of them was real late. And the one that's real good just moved on into round 2. Kevin Roberts goes 753 on his 746. He was 006 on the Christmas tree. Jimmy Hall went 727 on his 725. Richard Smith coming up next. He's out of Middleburg. 745 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Travis Marchand out of Keystone Heights, 589 the dial in for the 69 Camaro. And Travis pulled the trigger too early, and he goes 009 red. He goes 595 on his 589. So Smith picks up the win, moves on into the next round. James Evans coming up next. 7 flats the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He's out of Jacksonville. Going against Reed Farrar out of Jacksonville. And the 66 GTO, he's got a 652 dialed in. got a clean green light start. And at the stripe, it's going to be Reed Farrar picking up the win line here, 6:53 on a 6:52. James Evans ain't going to like it. He runs dead on with a 0, but he couldn't get the reaction time needed to get the win line to come on, as he was 0.77, but Reed was 0.15. Alan Dillman coming up next in that stick shift Chevy Camaro over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. He's out of Rayford, Florida. 6:58 is going to be the dial in. Going against Kyle Cox over here in the Budweiser Lane. 8:60 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. The red light started by Kyle Cox gives the automatic win here to Alan Dillman. Dillman goes 6:51 on his 6:58. Mike Zerl coming up next. He's out of Rockledge, Florida. 6:70 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu wagon. And he'll run up against D. Lichty over here in the Budweiser Lane. 6:64 is the dial in for the 69 Camaro. He's out of St. John's, Florida. All right, looks like we got about 32 now difference at the starting line. And the win line is going to come on for D. Lichty as he goes through the 6:69 on his 6:64. He was 003 on the Christmas tree. Zero breaks out with a 6:68 on his 6:70. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 6:98 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. And he'll run up against James Turner over here in the Budweiser Lane, driving the S10 pickup truck. He's got a 6:72 dialed in. All right, 34,000 difference at the starting line, and at the stripe is going to be Hoxton getting the win line here as he goes 7 flat on that 6:98 dial in. As Turner goes out with a 6:88 on his 6:72. Robert Treadwell coming up next. 6:90 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro. He'll go up against Chris Duffett over there in the Budweiser Lane. He's out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. He got a 6:86 dialed in on his Chevy Camaro. All right, looks like we got about 58 now difference at the starting line. At the stripe, your win line's coming on for Robert Treadwell as he goes 6:96 on his 6:90 dial in. He was 009 on the tree. Duffett goes out with a 6:87 on his 6:86 dial in. Steve Welsh coming up next. 6:80 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil Lane for the 75 Duster. He'll go up against Leah Tadero over there in the Budweiser Lane. She's got a 7:60 dialed in on her 74 Chevy van. All right, 54,000 difference at the starting line. And the win line's going to come on for Steve Welsh, 6:81 on his 6:80 dial in. He had a perfect reaction time. Trip zip there for Steve Welsh. All right, Mark Horton coming up next. 6:42 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Mike French over there in the Budweiser Lane. 6:35 is going to be the dial in for the 65 Chevelle wagon. And we got 42,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go at the stripe. Your win line is going to come on down there from French as he goes 6:37 on his 6:35 dial in. And Mark Horton goes out with a 6:48 on his 6:42. Mike Mockney coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6:40 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Rob Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 618 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Melbourne, Florida. Okay, we have a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go. The stripe, your win light's going to come on down there from Mike Mockneys. He goes 645 on the 640 dial in. Reynolds breaks out with a 616 on his 618 dial in. Colin Nash coming up next. 548 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle out of Orlando. He'll run up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. 690 is the dial in for the 68 Nova. He's out of Providence, Florida. Yeah, red light start there for Clint Wilson. It's going to give Colin Nash the automatic win. And Colin goes through with a 560 on his 548 dial in. Clint Wilson went 699 on his 690. Bill Dobson coming up next. 870 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Colorado. He'll run up against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 625 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. Okay, so one's pretty good, one's really late. And it looks like the one that's pretty good is going to pick up the win. Aaron Reynolds goes 641 on his 625. Bill Dobson goes dead on with a 3, but he cannot get the win light to come on. And it doesn't happen when your reaction time starts with a 3. Bart Van Gillian coming up next. 671 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And he's going to run up against Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast. 556 is the dial in for the motorcycle over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, 38,000 difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Anthony getting the win light here as he goes 560 on that 556 dial in. He was 008 on the tree. Good run there for him. Bart went 672 on his 671, but just a little bit behind on the Christmas tree with an 046. Doug Kellogg coming up next. He's out of Christmas, Florida. 574 is going to be the dial in. And he'll run up against Fallon Roach over there in the Budweiser lane. 860 is the dial in for the Ford Mustang. She's out of St. Augustine. And red light start there for Doug Kellogg. It's going to give Fallon Roach the automatic win. And Fallon goes through with an 855 on her 860 dial in. Kellogg goes dead on 4. He just left a little too soon. Dawson Bass coming up next. 731 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. And Dan Salyers will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 772 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reddick. All right, we got a clean start in both lanes. And here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Dan Salyers getting the win line here. 775 on his 772. And as Dawson Pass goes out with a 745 on his 731. Scott DeLeon coming up next. He's out of Bellevue, Florida. He'll be driving the Malibu over here in the Budweiser lane, the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go against Richard Lindsay over here in the Budweiser lane, 650 to dial in for the Ford Mustang. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. All right, Richard Lindsay's going to get the win line here as he goes 651 on his 650 dial in. And Scott DeLeon broke out by 7 thousandths. All right, that's going to bring up Mike Gaffney next. Gaffney with a 692 dial in on that 77 AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood, going up against Roland Alford over there in the Budweiser lane. 732 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. He's out of Glen St. Mary. And red light start there for Roland Alford is going to give Mike Gaffney the automatic win. And Gaffney goes through the 691 on his 692 dial in. Travis Logan coming up next. He's out of Port Charlotte, Florida. 604 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro. Coming up against Robbie Hoxton over there in the Budweiser lane. 620 will be his dial in. All right, once again, looking for Super Pro. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Make your way into lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. All right, Super Pro Motorcycles, y'all should be in lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, y'all should be in lane 7. All right, 17,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Travis Logan getting the win line here as he goes dead on 7, picks up the win line. Hoxton goes dead on 4, but can't get it done as he was behind on the Christmas tree. Tom Courtney coming up next. 660 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of High Springs, Florida. And Amber Matz will run over here in the Budweiser lane. 678 is going to be the dial in for her. She's driving the S10 pickup. She's out of Gainesville. All right, got a clean start for both drivers. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's going to come on down there for Amber Matz as she goes through with a 679 on her 678 dial in. Courtney runs dead on 0, but cannot get the win line to come on as he's behind on the Christmas tree. That'll bring up Fireball. Jeremy Davis over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 577 is going to be his dial in. He'll run over here at the Lucas Oil lane. And Phil Green over here in the Budweiser lane, 606 the dial in for the 68 Camaro. He's out of Ocala. Wow. 002 reaction time there for Jeremy Davis. 006 for Phil Green. Phil Green gets the win line. He goes 608 on his 606 dial in. And as Jeremy Davis slowed to a 583 on his 577. And it looks like that's going to wrap up round 1 of our Pro Eliminators here this morning. Once again, I'm looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2, and the overflow will go to 3 and 4. All right, tension in the pits, tension in the pits. I need Junior Street to lane 8, Junior Street. Need you start making your way into staging lane number 8, please. Need Allen Speed Machine Sportsman. Make your way into lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. here we go, round one of our Super Pro motorcycles. We got Dwayne Leachman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 571 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. Going up against Larry Berger over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Jacksonville. 705 is his dial in. And it looks like this Dwayne Leachman is going to get the win line here as he goes 572 on his 571 dial in. This Larry Berger goes an 868 on his 705. Sam Parrish coming up next. 578 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Green Cove Springs. And here we run up against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. He's over there in the Luke Budweiser lane. He's got a 565 dialed in. Red line start for Sandy Rodriguez gives Sam Parrish the automatic win line. And Parrish goes through the 577.9 with his 578 dial in, so he missed it by a thou. And Sandy goes red with an 040 reaction. Reaction time goes 561 on his 565. Vance Howdeshell coming up next. 742 is the dial in for the Harley Davidson out of Vero Beach. And here we're up against Anthony Vieira. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. 564 is going to be the dial in. All right, 70,000 separated the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Vance Howdeshell getting the win line here as he goes 743 on that 742 dial in as Anthony breaks out with a 559 on his 564. Mike McCoskey coming up next. He's out of Fleming Island. He's got a 561 dial in. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Running against Richard Holder out of Jacksonville. 561 is his dial in. And he'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. So heads up run here in round one. All right, attention in the pits, looking for Junior Street to staging lane number 8, please. Junior Street. Need you to staging lane number 8. Need Allen Speed Machine. Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman. Make your way to lanes 5 and 6, please. Red line start there for Lacoste. He's going to give Richard Holder the automatic win. And Holder goes through the 560 on his 561. Lacoste went 606 on his 561. All right, Colin Nash coming up next. 548 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Orlando, Florida. And he'll run up against Roy Hagedorn out of Venice, Florida. 565 is going to be his dial in. All right, 1,000 separates the two at the starting line. And Roy Hagedorn is going to get the win line. 570 on his 565. As Colin Nash slows to a 558 on his 548 dial in. All right, that'll bring up your next pair is we're going to have Jeremy Fireball Davis. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got 577 dialed in. Running against Kevin Cadby over there on the Budweiser lane. He's got 540 dialed in. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro. You should be in the lanes at this time as you're coming out next. I need Junior Street to lane 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8. Need Allen Speed Machine Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Okay, we had a clean green light start in both lanes. And it's going to be Kevin Cadby getting the win line here as he goes 549 on his 540 dial in. As Jeremy Davis goes out with the 585 on his 577. Fire run coming up here for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Schmidt has a 588 dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Schmidt goes 591 on his 588 dial in. And that'll wrap up round 1 of the Super Pro Motorcycles as we get ready for round 1 of Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. And if you stayed up late last night, early this morning, you would have seen that Flying Brian ended up racing himself in the final round last night. So he got the winner and runner-up prize money last night on his double-ender dragster. Congratulations there for Flying Brian. All right, Dave Demarest coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 481 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Fort McCoy, Florida. He'll run up against Brandon Williams over there in the Budweiser lane. 734 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Bradenton, Florida. Okay, got a perfect reaction time for Dave Demarest. He gets the win lines. He goes 482 on his 481. And Brandon Williams goes 736 on his 734. So Demarest should lock down the fire run there for round number 2. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Just want to let everybody know that the fuel depot is going to be closing at 10:30 this morning. So if you need any race fuel, you need to get back there and get it before 10:30 this morning. Okay, so looks like Bob George breaks out and he'll give the win back to David Harris as David was late on the tree. Bob was 0-23, but breaks out, gives the race back to David Harris. Brendan George coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 495 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Beverly Hills, Florida. And he'll be running up against the dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. 497 is going to be the dial in. I believe this is A.J. Kelly at the wheel of the dragster. All right, 1,000 separates the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be A.J. Kelly getting the win line here as he goes dead on 5 with an 0.18 reaction time. Brendan had a 0.17 reaction time, goes dead on 7. 11 ten-thousandths of a second was the difference at the stripe. All right, here goes Glass Ice, big winner and runner-up, Flying Brian Jones over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 466 is the dial in. He'll go up against James Hicks Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 512 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. All right, 2,000 separate the two of them at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Brian Jones getting the win line here as he goes 467 on a 466. And James Hicks breaks out with a 510 on his 512 dial in. Sherby Powell coming up next. 665 is going to be the dial in for the 70 Camaro. He's out of Green Coast Springs. Going up against Zach Collins over there in the Budweiser lane. 613 is going to be the dial in for the 77 Vega. He's out of Citrus Springs, Florida. And we got dual red lights, and Sherby Powell is going to get the win line here as he had the better of the two red light starts. And he goes 665 with a 3 on his 665. All right, Nick Brown coming up next. 616 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Coming up against Robert Ledbetter over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 595 dialed in on that Pontiac Firebird out of Fort Pierce.
All right, we're going to go side by side. I've got to go get ready for sportsman class. Just remember, all classes are in the first round of eliminations.
All right, I've got 19,000 difference in the starting line, and Robert Ledbetter is going to get the win line here as he goes 597 on his 595 as Nick Brown breaks out by 9 thousandths. Got to bring up Will Hinehouse next. 411 is the dial in. Mark Watson is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. 602 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. Yeah, red light start there for High House. Is going to give Mark Watson the automatic win light. And Watson goes 610 on that 602 dial in. And High House went 479 on his 477. Big Singer coming up next. 654 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He's out of Summerfield. And he'll run up against Dave Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 502 is the dial in for the dragster out of St. Augustine. Yeah, red light start there by David Hicks. Is going to give Big Singer the automatic win light. Then goes through with the 652 on his 654. Dave went 503 on his 502. Trey Bunner coming up next. 615 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Bushnell, Florida. And he'll run up against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 453 is the dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. Red light start by Trey Bunner is going to give the automatic win here to Kelly Hicks. And Hicks goes through the 453 on his 453. Good run there for him. Bunner went dead on 5. He was just 003 too early on the tree. Michael Carpenter coming up next. 481 is going to be the dial in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Chris Duffin over here in the Budweiser lane. 682 is the dial in for the Camaro out of Wesley Chapel. All right, once again, look for Junior Street. Junior Street, the staging lane number 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8. Need Pro Motorcycle. Pro Motorcycles to lane 7, please. Pro Motorcycles, need you to lane 7. Need Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, I got a clean green light start here. And it's going to be Chris Duffett getting the win light here as Carpenter breaks out with a 480 on his 481. Duffett went dead on 0. 682 with a 0 on his 682 dial in. Haley Wright coming up next. 513 is going to be her dial in. She'll be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Andrew Kaiser, he'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 523 dial in. All right, another clean green line start. Looks like you get about 27,000 difference at the starting line, and the win light's coming off for Haley Wright. She goes 514 on a 513 dial in. Good run there for her. Kaiser goes out with a 525 on his 523. Bobby Trinnell coming up next. 535 is going to be the dial in for the 33 Ford Roadster out of Fort White, Florida. And he'll run up against Robbie Little over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Yulee. He's got a 513 dialed in. All right, 14th now, separate the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Bobby Trinnell picking up the win line here. 536 on his 535 dial in. As Robbie Little goes dead 9. Can I get the win line to come on? As he was behind on the Christmas tree by 14 thousandths. Grayson Wright coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 496 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Trent Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. Trent with a 488 dial in. Trent's out of Callahan. Okay, Grayson Wright's going to pick up the win line here on a double breakout as he goes 495 with a 5 on that 96 dial in. And Trent Horton broke out by a couple of hundreds. Martin Daniels coming up next. 494 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Jacksonville. And he'll run up against Mike McRisen over here in the Budweiser lane. 673 is the dial in. He's out of Brooksville, Florida. All right, Jordan Prince coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 455 dialed in. She'll run up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 473 dial in. A red line start there for Gary Vasquez. Going to give Jordan Prince the automatic win line. She goes through with a 452 on that 455 dial in. Gary went 475 on his 473. Billy Dunn coming up next. 471 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Leesburg. He'll run up against Roland Alford. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. 733 is going to be his dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start. Looks like we got about 56 mile difference at the starting line, and Billy Dunn's going to get the win line here as he goes 472 on his 471 dial in, as Corky breaks out with a 729 on his 733. Randy Banger Jr. coming up next. 498 is going to be the dial in for the dragster there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll run up against Troy Bulger over here in the Budweiser lane. 699 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. for Randy Banker is going to give Troy Volker the automatic win light. And Troy goes through with a 702 on his 699. That's going to bring up James Bunner next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 583 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. Horton with a 458 dial in. He's out of Callahan. All right, we got a clean green light start. Looks like 45,000 difference, 25,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be James Bunner getting the win light here. As he goes dead on 5, Mark Horton breaks out by 5 thousandths. Austin Logan coming up next. 597 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Port Charlotte, Florida. And AJ Kelly will be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 497 dial in on his dragster out of Jacksonville. A red light start for Austin Logan is going to give AJ Kelly the automatic win. AJ goes through the 496 on his 497 dial in. Austin goes 595 on his 597. Robert Treadwell coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 689 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Callahan, Florida. And Colin Nash over here in the Budweiser lane. 548 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle out of Orlando. All right, 22,000 separate these two at the starting line. Here we go, the stripe. It's going to be Treadwell getting the win line here. He goes dead on 1. He had an 010 reaction time, put 11,000 back together. Colin Nash goes out with a 559 on his 548 dial in. Mike Bonacci coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 501 dial in. He's out of Ocala. He'll run up against Kurt Carlson. Out of St. Augustine, Florida. 489 is going to be the dial in. like Cross is having a couple little issues here with his car. I'll put him on the clock here. You can't keep your opponent waiting too long. Yeah, I think somebody needs to have a chat with him. So it looks like this will end up being a competition bye for Mike Bonacci. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you need any Sunoco race fuel, you'll have till 10:30 this morning to go back and get your fuel needs taken care of. So that gives you about 20 minutes to get back there and get your fuel taken care of. If you need any Sunoco race fuel, the fuel depot is going to be closing at 10:30. You got 20 minutes. All right, here we go. We got Keith Collins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 5:57 to dial in for the S10 pickup. Going up against Scott Gibson over here in the Budweiser lane. 460 is going to be the dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 3,000 separate the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Keith Collins Jr. getting the win line here. He goes 5:58 on a 5:57, and Scott Gibson goes through the 4:67 on his 4:60 dial in. Aaron Reynolds coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6:21 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Mike Lakoski over there in the Budweiser lane. 5:53 is his dial in. Red light start there for Mike Lakoski. He's going to give the automatic win here to Aaron Reynolds. And your by run coming up here for Flying Brian Jones. All right, once again, I should have Junior Street. Junior Street, you should be in lane 8. Pro Bikes should be in lane 7. Allen Speed Machine Sportsman, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. And at this time, I'm going to put the call out for Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters. You can get ready to start making your way into the staging lanes. Junior Dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds are going to need you in staging lane number 8. Junior Dragsters 10 to 12 in lane 2. Junior Dragsters 13 and older, lane 1. Junior Dragsters, start making your way into the staging lanes, please. Junior Street, y'all should load up. Junior Street, load up. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you need fuel, you got 15 minutes to get back there and get your fuel needs taken care of. All right, here we go. Round 1 of Junior Street. First pair coming out, we're going to have Hunter Dowling over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1090 is going to be the dial in. And he'll be running up against Hayden DeLeon over there in the Budweiser lane. 1038 is going to be the dial in. All right, folks, just a correction there. It looks like Fuel Depot is going to be open until 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock. Misread my note. So if you need race fuel, you've got till 11 o'clock this morning to go back there and get your race fuel needs taken care of. Red line start there for Hayden DeLeon. Going to give the automatic win here to Hunter Dowling. And Hunter goes through with a 1053 on a 1090 dial in. 1143 on a 1038 for Hayden. All right, John Butler coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Odessa, Florida. It's got a 1290 dialed in on the Honda Fit. Going up against Molly Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. 1016 is going to be the dial in for the Super Duty Ford. All right, red light start there for Molly Banger. Is going to give John Butler the automatic win light here. And he goes through with a 1295 on that 1290 dial in. Molly left before the tray activated, so she'll get no time on that run. That's going to bring up Michael Martin next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And I'm going to run up against Jacob Richards over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 980 dialed in on the Ford Expedition. All right, just a correction there, ladies and gentlemen. If you do need fuel, you got till 11 o'clock. If you need fuel, you have till 11 o'clock to get your fuel needs taken care of, so you get a little over half hour. Get back there and get your fuel needs taken care of. All right, once again, we're looking for junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Need my junior dragsters. Start making your way into the staging lanes, please. All right, got a clean start for both drivers. And here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Mike Martin getting the win light here as he goes 944 on that 935 dial in, as Richards goes 1009 on his 980. All right, looks like we're getting ready to go over here to the Pro Motorcycles. All right, here we go, round 1 of the Pro Bikes, and we're going to start it off with Dwayne Leachman over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Wildwood, Florida. Got a 898 dialed in. Here we're up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Central, Florida. 930 is his dial in. All right, 25,000 separation to the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Here, win light's going to come on down there for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. as he goes dead on 7 and picks up the win. Leachman goes out with a 903 on his 898 dial in. Vance Howdeshell coming up next. He's got 1176 dialed in on that electric Harley Davidson out of Vero Beach. And he'll run up against Thom Motes over here in the Budweiser lane. Thom with 1115 dialed in. He's out of Ocala. All right, looks like you got 19,000 separates the two in the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Vance getting the win line here, 1179 on his 1176 dial in. As Thom slows to a 1230 on his 1115 dial in. Samuel Parrish coming up next. 912 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Anthony Baera out of Palm Coast. 882 is going to be the dial in. 3. Sam Parrish getting the win light here. As he goes 920 on his 912 dial-in. Anthony's unable to run the number. He had 882 dialed in, went 904. All right, Jeremy Fireball Davis coming up next. 901 is going to be his dial-in. He's out of Palm Coast. He'll run over here against Brandon Rodriguez. 920 is going to be his dial-in. And Jeremy Davis makes a 003 reaction time on him. And he'll get the win light. 942 on his 901 dial-in. As Brandon Rodriguez goes 934 on his 920 dial-in. Kevin Cadby coming up next. He's out of Keystone Heights, Florida. He's got an 842 dialed in. He'll run up against Larry Berger over there in the Budweiser lane. 1111 is the dial in for the Harley Davidson out of Jacksonville. All right, we got a clean green light start. 22,000 separates the two of us up to start. Here we go to the stripe, and your win light's going to come on over there for Larry Berger as he goes 11:15 on an 11:11 dial in. As Cadby breaks out with an 8:33 on his 8:42. Sayers picks up the win there as Corky Bumpus turns on the red light and gives the automatic win to Sayers. Bob Hoxton coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11 flats his dial in. He'll run up against Blake Scott over here in the Budweiser lane. 11-12 is the dial in. He'll be driving the Dodge Challenger. All right, Bob Hoxton going to pick up the win line here as he goes 11:03 on his 11 flat dial in as Blake Scott breaks out with an 11:06 on his 11:12 dial in. And it's going to bring up the Chevy Colorado over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1362 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Bart Pangillion over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 1279 dial in. Okay, win line's going to come on over there forward. Bart Pangillion on a double breakout. He breaks out by the least amount. He'll move on into the next round. And that's going to bring up Monica Roberts. She's got 1165 dialed in on the Pontiac Firebird over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And she went up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 1124 dialed in on his Chevy pickup. Okay, got a double red line start, and Kenny Hires is going to get the win line here as he had the better of the two red lights. And he'll go through at 1125 on his 1124. Monica goes 1175 on 1165 dial in. Dennis Harsh coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 1391 dial in on the Blazer. And Jen Robards will be over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got 1311 dialed in on her S10. Okay, Dennis Harsh picks up the win there as Jen Robards breaks out with a 1299 on her 1311 dial in. And it's going to bring up the Corvette. Call number 0497. And then we run it up against, I don't think that's right, call number 255. Got a 16 flat dialed in on the big truck. Okay, so the Corvette's going to get the win line here, 1230 on that 1210 dial in as the big truck breaks out with 1585 on a 16 flat. Jay Dickinson coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 1255 dialed in on the Dodge Challenger. He'll go up against Chris Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 1104 dialed in on his 77 Pontiac Trans Am. All right, Jay, let's see, the win line here came off of Chris Courtney as Jay Dickinson pulled the trigger too early on his car. That's going to bring up Clint Wilson next, 11 flat to dial in for the 68 Nova. He's out of Providence. He'll run up against on-the-spot Motorsports on Mitchell Gunner. 1378 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He's out of Stark, Florida. All right, red line start there for Clint Wilson. Is going to give Mitch Gunner the automatic win. And Mitchell's going to go through the 1372 on his 78 dial in. And it looks like your buy run coming up here for Dawson Bass. And he's got a 1260 dialed in. All right, 0:43 action time there for Dawson. And he lets that other down there way early. Goes 12:64 or 12:60. All right, here we go into our junior dragsters, and we're going to get things kicked off here with car number 235D at 12:03 dialed in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Shaw Daniel will be over here in the Budweiser lane. It's Olivia Butler over here in the Lucas Oil lane. She's got 12:03 dialed in. Okay, so we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like about 8 now separates the two at the starting line. At the stripe, your win light's coming on for Olivia Butler as she goes through with a 12:14 on that 12:03 dial in. And Shaw Daniel breaks out with 11:90 on his 11:92. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, remember, if you need fuel, you have till 11 o'clock this morning to get back and get your fuel needs taken care of. So that gives you about 20 minutes to get back there and get your fuel needs taken care of. Hudson Matt's coming up next. 1385 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Gainesville. And here right up against Bradley Holdaway. And she's got a 1205 dialed in. She's got an Inverness right over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, so we got a clean green light start. Looks like you got about 19 thou separates these two at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe, and the wind light's going to come on for Holdaway. And she goes 1210 on her 1205 as Hudson goes out with a 1392 on his 1385 dial in. And I'll bring up Kylie Mockney next. She's got a 1201 dial in. All right, so Kylie Mockney goes through 1199 on her 1201 dial in. All right, that'll take care of the 6 to 9-year-olds. We're now going to go over here to our 10 to 12-year-olds. And we got Sierra Haight coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 894 is going to be her dial in. And she'll run up against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 893 dialed in. Red light start there for Lincoln McMaster is going to give Sierra Haight the automatic win. And she goes through with an 895 at 73 miles an hour. Lincoln went through with a 901 at 71. Tyler Biddle coming up next. 890 will be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Wyatt Hicks over there in the Budweiser lane. 9 flats his dial in. Okay, we got a double red light start, and your win light's going to come off for Tyler Biddle. He was 002 red. Wyatt was 007 red. Wyatt runs dead on 2. And Biddle still ran quick with an 886 on an 890. Blake Jones coming up next. 890 will be his dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against Johnny Moxley. Moxley with an 892 dial in. He'll run over here into Budweiser Lane. All right, got a clean start in both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Blake Jones getting the win light here as he goes 892 on his 890 dial in. Johnny Moxley went dead on 3, but he was way behind on the Christmas tree. Aaron Kennedy coming up next. 893 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Middleburg. And he'll run up against Wright Cook over here in the Budweiser Lane. Cook with an 890 dial in. Okay, double red light start. Red light's going to go to Aaron Kennedy as he was 003 red. Ryan Cook was 028 red. Aaron goes through with an 881 on his 893 dial in. Ryan Cook went 889 on his 890. Weston Daniel coming up next. 896 will be his dial in. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Sedona Goddess coming next. Coming over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Budweiser Lane, excuse me. 893 is her dial in. Okay, we got identical reaction times. Both drivers are 045 on the tree. And at the stripe, it's going to be Goddess getting the win line here at 898 on an 893 dial in. As Weston Daniel slows to a 904 on his 896. Madison Butler coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 894 dial in. Going up against car number R220, 890. He'll be the dial in over there in the Budweiser Lane. broke out, but Budweiser Lane broke out by the least amount, so they'll move on into the next round. Molly Banger coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be her dial in. And showing up against Xander Cook over here in the Budweiser Lane. He also has 890 dialed in. All right, so Xander Cook picked up the win right there on a double breakout. He went 888 on his 890 dial in, as Molly Banger went 884 on her 890. Okay, I believe this might be Madison Butler coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got an 894 dialed in, going against Scarlett Hicks over here in the Budweiser Lane. She's got 914 dialed in. And it looks like you got problems with the Butler vehicle, and Scarlett Hicks is going to get the win light here. All right, Peyton Duffett coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got 890 dialed in. Going to be going against Carson Murphy there in the Budweiser Lane. 914 is their dial in. Okay, so we had a clean green light start both lanes, and at the stripe, Peyton Duffett's going to get the win line here on a double breakout. That'll bring up your next pair. And you got Caden Holdaway coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 892 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Briella Browning over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got an 895 dial in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Any Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, start making your way back to lanes 1 and 2, please. Overflow goes to 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Need Super Pro Motorcycles. Super Pro Motorcycles back to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like we got about 4,000 separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Caden Holdaway getting the win line here, 897 on his 892, as Briella Browning goes 904 on her 895. And that'll bring up your buy run here for Tanner Bockley, and he's got an 890 dialed in. All right, Deacon Kellogg coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 795 is going to be the dial in. She's going against Gianna Edelman. Got a 792 dialed in. And Kellogg's going to get the win line here, 797 on a 795 dial in. There was a 002 on the tree. Edelman goes 792 with a 6 on a 92 dial in, but way behind on the Christmas tree. All right, Gavin Giddings coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 842 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Brooklyn Collins. She's over here in the Budweiser lane. 793 is going to be her dial in. All right, red light start there for Gavin Giddings. Going to get Brooklyn Collins the automatic win. And she goes through with a 787 on her 793 dial in. Curtis Peak coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Hunter Dowling over here in the Budweiser lane. 820 is going to be the dial in for him. Looks like 52,000 separates the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Curtis Peak getting the win right here, 796 on his 790 dial in. As Hunter Dowling slows to a 910 on a 820 dial in. Here comes Laura McMaster in her top dragster. McMasters, 013 reaction time. She goes through 7:04 at 1:43. All right, once again, looking for my Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Back to lanes 1 and 2 for round 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 for round 2. Need Super Pro Motorcycles back to lane 7 for round 2. got Phil Green coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 605 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro. He's out of Ocala. He'll run up against Brandon Williams over here in the Budweiser lane. 738 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He's out of Bradenton, Florida. And we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like 32 thou separate the two at the starting line. And Phil Green goes dead on 3, picks up the win. He was 003 on the tree. He puts a 6 thou pack together. Brandon Williams was 739 on a 738. He was at 35. Colin Nash coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 560 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast. 560 will be his dial in. Okay, we got a heads-up run here. Looks like 66 thou separate the two at the starting line. It's Colin Nash going to get the win light down on the top end as he goes through with a 564 on his 560 dial in. He was ahead on the Christmas tree as well with an 031 to an 097 for Anthony. Anthony went 565 on his 560. Vance Howdeshell coming up next. 743 is going to be the dial in for the Electric Harley. He'll go up against David Zinke over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. He's got a 710 dial in. Red light start by Vance is going to give David the automatic win. And David goes through the 709 with an 8 on a 710 dial in. Vance went dead on 5. All right, here we go. Richard Smith coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 842 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He's out of Middleburg. And Mark Horton will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 636 is his dial in. He's out of Callahan, Florida. All right, we got a clean green line start. Looks like 12 thou separates the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Mark Horton getting the win light down on the top end. 645 on his 636 dial in. As Richard Smith goes out with an 864 on his 842. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 702 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. Coming up against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. Salyers with a 768 dial in on his 71 Monte Carlo. clean green light start. Looks like 39,000 getting into strike. And Salyers is going to get the win light as he goes 773 on his 768 as Cotton Leon breaks out with a 699 on his 702. Bart Van Gillian coming up next. 672 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And we're up against Travis Marchand over here at the Budweiser lane. 590 is his dial in. Okay, win light is going to come on for Bart Van Gillian as he goes 672 with a 0 on a 672. And Travis goes out with a 592 on a 590. Bob Hogston coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 696 is his dial in. He'll run up against Robert Treadwell over there in the Budweiser lane. And looks like 6 now separates us to the starting line and then the stripe. The win line's coming out from Treadwell as he goes 690 with a 5 on a 689 at 102 miles an hour. And Hogston went out with a 698 on his 696 dial in. Here goes Fireball, Jeremy Davis. He's got a 577 dialed in. He'll run up against James Turner over here in the Budweiser lane. Turner with a 675 dialed in. Okay, we get red light starts a pair, and it looks like James Turner is going to get the win light here as he had the better of the 2 red lights. And he goes 678 on his 675 dial in. Jeremy Davis went 644 on his 577. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 691 is going to be the dial in for the AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. And he'll run up against Reed Farrar over here in this Budweiser lane. He's got a 653 dial in on that 66 GTO. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like it's 11,000 difference at the starting line, making 9,000s. And Mike Gaffney is going to get the win lights. He goes 693 on his 691. Mel Rasky coming up next. 637 is going to be the dial in for the 2000 Chevy Camaro out of Lecanto. He'll run up against Jimmy Hall over there in the Budweiser lane. 725 is his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start. One of them's good, one of them's late. And Jimmy Hall is going to get the win light here as he goes 726 at 93 miles an hour. He was 032 on the tree. And Mel goes out with a 639 on his 637. Mike Zerl coming up next. 668 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu wagon. And he'll be running up against Roland Alford over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got 730 dialed in. Okay, one of them's really good, one of them's a little late. And one that's good, just one. Roland Alford goes 735 on his 730 dial in. He was 004 on the tree. As Mike Zerl breaks out with a 665 on his 668. All right, Kevin Roberts coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 745 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro. He'll go up against Richard Lindsay over here in the Budweiser lane. 651 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. by Richard Lindsay is going to give Kevin Roberts the automatic win. And Kevin goes through with a 742 on his 745 dial in. All right, D. Lindsay coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 666 dial in on his 69 Camaro. He'll run up against Travis Logan over here in the Budweiser lane. 603 is his dial in. And the Camaro out of Port Charlotte. And red light start there for Travis Logan. It's going to give D. Lichty the automatic win. And he goes through the 668 on his 666 dial in. That'll bring up George Emanuel next. George with a 758 dial in on his 68 Nova. We'll run up against Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 635 dial in. Okay, 45,000 separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be George Emanuel getting the win light here as he goes 759 on his 758 dial in. As French breaks out by 4 thousandths. Alan Dillman coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. The stick shift Camaro out of Rayford's got a 653 dial in. And here up against Leo Tadero over here in the Budweiser lane. 760 the dial in for the 74 Chevy van. All right, 47,000 separate the two at the starting line. Okay, your win light came on down there for Alan Dillman as he got 659 this on 653. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. 623 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup out of Melbourne. He'll run up against Tom Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. Courtney with a 660 dial in on his Pontiac Trans Am. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. And it's going to be Aaron Reynolds picking up the win light here as he goes through the 627 on his 623 dial in. Courtney breaks out with a 759 on his 760. Clint Wilson coming up next. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and he'll run up against Chris Duffett out of Wesley Chapel. He's got a 685 dialed in.
Our announcer stepped away for just a minute, so just bear with us. It will be right back.
All right, here we go. We got Robbie Hoxton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 620 is going to be the dial-in. Going up against Amber Matz over here in the Budweiser lane. 678 is going to be her dial-in. Okay, win light's going to come off of Robbie Hodgson as he goes 623 on that 620 as Amber breaks out by 6 thousandths. All right, attention into pits, attention into pits. The Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, start making your way into lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Overflow, go to lanes 3 and 4, and start making our way to the lanes. These Super Pro bikes, you should be in the lanes. All right, James Evans over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track just turned on the red light and give the automatic win here to Mike Mockney. Mockney had a 643 dialed in, goes 643 with a 3, and he'll be moving on into the next round. That's going to bring up Dawson Bass. 732 is the dial in for the Mustang out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against Kyle Cox over here in the Budweiser lane. 850 is his dial in. All right, red light start there for Kyle Cox. He's going to give the automatic win to Dawson Bass. Dawson goes through with 731 on that 732 dial in. And that's going to bring up Steve Welch. 680 is going to be the dial in for the 75 Duster. He will be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And here we go up against Bill Dobson in the Chevy Colorado. All right, so Steve Welch picks up the win there as he goes 682 on that 680 dial in.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline Oil Products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great." ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
All right, we got a test hit coming up here with a junior dragster. And it looks like we'll be going into our second round of pro motorcycle. Coming up next.
All right, 898, 71 miles an hour. All right, so here we go. This is round number 2 of the Super Pro motorcycles. And we got Mike Likoski coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 552 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Fleming Island. And Larry Berger will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 719 is going to be his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. 24 thou separates the two at the starting line. Here we go. The stripe, the win lights coming off from Mike Likoski. 557 on a 552 as Larry Berger broke out with a 715 on a 719 dial in. Richard Holder coming up next. 561 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And here we're up against Dwayne Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane. 565 is his dial in. All right, we got a clean start both lanes. And here we we go to the stripe. Your win line's coming on down there for Dwayne Leachman as he goes through with a 569. His 565 dial in. Good run there for Leachman. Holder goes out with a 562 on his 561. Vance Howdeshell coming up next. 743 is going to be the dial in for the Electric Harley over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Anthony Baera out of Palm Coast. 564 is going to be his dial in. Red line start by Anthony is going to give Vance the automatic win. Jeremy Davis coming up next. Fireball is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 577 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 562 dialed in. Red light started by Jeremy Davis is going to give Sandy Rodriguez Jr. the automatic win. And Sandy goes through with a 563 on his 562. That's going to bring up Kevin Cadby next. 535 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Keystone Heights. And Colin Nash out of Orlando is going to 559 dialed in. Coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 567 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Wayne Schmidt Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. 591 will be his dial in. All right, 1,000 separates the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Hagedorn getting the win line here. 568 on the 567. As Dwayne Schmidt Jr. breaks out with a 589 on his 591. And Byron coming up here next for Sam Parrish. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Junior Street. Junior Street, lane 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8. I need Allen Speed Machine Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Need Pro Bikes to lane 7. Pro Bikes, lane 7, please. All right, Sam Parrish goes dead on 5.
All right, we're going into our Super Pro class. That will be followed by Junior Street, Pro Motorcycle, Allen Speed Machine Shop Sportsman class, and Junior Dragsters after that. We're going to take the subtitles off and go side by side as I got to get ready for the next round of racing. I want to thank y'all all for joining On the Spot Motorsports Media today. And don't forget to like our Facebook page and subscribe to our YouTube, please. Do both of those for us. We do a podcast on Thursday night, but not this Thursday because we're going to be celebrating this nation's birthday. That's right, July the 4th. So I hope you have a great time spending time with family.
All right, here we are, round 2 of Super Pro. And we got Austin Logan coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 596 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Roland Alford over there in the Budweiser lane. 730 is going to be her dial in. Is his dial in. Red line started by Roland Alford. It's going to give Austin Logan the automatic win. And he goes through the 594 on his 596 dial in. That's going to bring up Big Singer next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 654 is going to be the dial in for the 80 Chevy Monza. He'll run up against James Hicks Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 511 is his dial in. All right, 8,000 separate the two in the starting line. And the stripe, it's going to be James Hicks Jr. getting the win line here. 513 on a 511 dial in. Good run there for him as Singer breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Flying Brian Jones coming up next. 468 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Zach Collins out of Citrus Springs, Florida. He's got a 77 Vega. He's got a 619 dial in. Okay, 1,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Flying Brian Jones picking up the win line here on a double breakout. As Brian breaks out by 3,000. Looks like Zach broke out by 17 thousandths. Bob George coming up next. 605 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll run up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 504 dial in. George with a 605. Okay, 1,000 separate the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Bob George getting the win line here on a double breakout as he broke out by 9,000. Looks like Hicks breaks out by 16 thousandths. Michael Carpenter coming up next. 483 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against David Harris over here in the Budweiser lane. Harris with a 484 dial in. He's out of McClenny, Florida. All right, 5,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Harris getting the win line as he goes 505 on that 484 dial in. As Carpenter's car slowed to a 560 on a 483. Bobby Trinnell coming up next. 5:35 is going to be the dial in for the 33 Ford Roadster. He'll run up against Brandon Williams over here in the Budweiser lane. 7:36 is the dial in for the Turd Bird. Okay, red light's going to come on down there for Brandon Williams as he goes 7:36 with a 4 on a 36 dial in. As Bobby Trinnell went 5:36 on his 5:35. 8/10,000ths of a second was the difference at the stripe. Nick Brown coming up next. 6:15 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And he'll run up against AJ Kelly over there in the Budweiser lane. AJ with a 4:95 dial in on his dragster. All right, 22,007 is the difference at the starting line, and it's going to be AJ Kelly picking up the win light here as he goes 497 on his 495 dial in. Jordan Prince coming up next. She's got a 454 dialed in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And she'll run up against Mark Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. Horton with a 458 dial in his dragster. All right, 17,000 separating the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Jordan Prince getting the win light here. She goes dead 9, picks up the win. Horton goes out with a 460 on a 458. Billy Dunn coming up next. 477 is going to be his dial in. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against Robert Ledbetter over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 595 dialed in. He's out of Fort Pierce. Okay, 1,000 separates the two at the start. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Robbie Little getting the win line here as he goes dead on 3 with an 18 reaction time. So good run there for Robbie Little. Sherby Powell coming up next. He's got a 665 dialed in for his 70 Camaro. He's on a green code. And he'll run up against Mike Rising over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 672 is his dial in. All right, 12,000 separates the two at the starting line, and on a double breakout, Sherby Powell gets the win line here, 663 on his 665. As Matt Rising goes 668 on his 672. Haley Wright coming up next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the tracks. 513 is going to be the dial in. And she'll run up against Randy Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. 498 is going to be his dial in. All right, 23,000 separates the two at the starting line. And here we go. The stripe, your win line comes on down there for Haley Wright. She was 514 on that 513 dial in. As Randy Banger goes dead on 5, but he can't get the win line to come on as he's 043 to her 020. Mike Bonacci coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 501 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Chris Duffett over there in the Budweiser lane. 682 is going to be the dial in. Okay, on a double breakout, looks like Mike Bonacci is going to get the win line here as he goes through with a 499 on his 501. Duffett went 675 on a 682. Brendan George coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 493 is going to be his dial in. And he'll be running up against Mark Watson over there in the Budweiser lane. Watson's got a 603 dialed in. Okay, you got 16,000 difference at the starting line here, and at the stripe, the win line comes off for Brendan George, 493 on a 493, as Watson breaks out by 5 thousandths. Grayson Wright coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil line. He's got a 494 dialed in. He'll go against Troy Bulker over here in the Budweiser lane. Bulker with a 702 dial in. 1,000 separates the two at the starting line. That stripe, here we go. It's going to be Grayson Wright getting the win light here as he goes dead 9 and gets the win. Troy Volker breaks out by 2 thousandths. Keith Collins Jr. coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's going to have a 557 dial in. And he'll run up against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 454 dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. All right, we got a clean start. Looks like 9,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go. The stripe. It's going to be Hicks picking up the win line here. Dead on 2. And the 15 reaction time as Collins breaks out with a 556 on his 557. Mark Daniels coming up next. 497 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against James Bunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 583 is his dial in, driving the Chevy Camaro. And something just happened to Mark's car out there. Something didn't go well. He's pulling it over to the side of the track. And James Bunner is going to get the win light there as he was 002, goes dead on 3. He put a 5,000 pack together. Mark was 019 before things went south on the car. So he's got to stop. We'll go out there and check on and see what's going on. From here, it doesn't look like I see anything on the track, so that might be a good thing, but something went awry. Getting back to the action, we got Will Highhouse coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 477 is going to be his dial in. Going to run up against Andrew Kaiser over here in Budweiser lane. 524 is his dial in. Red line started by Highhouse is going to give Kaiser the automatic win. Kaiser had a perfect reaction time, goes 526 on his 524 dial in. That'll bring up Scott Gibson next. 466 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Trent Horton over there in Budweiser lane. 485 the dial in for the dragster out of Callahan. Okay, win line's going to come on down here for Trent Horton as he goes dead on 4 and picks up the win. Scott Gibson was dead on 1. 44 10,000ths of a second. Gibson was 031 to an 024 for Horton. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. He's got a 617 dialed in on that S10 pickup. He'll run up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 474 is the dial in for the dragster out of Alachua. All right, got a clean start here. 8,000 separates the two at the starting line. At the stripe is Vasquez getting the win line here as he goes dead on 5 with a 009 reaction time. Puts a 14,000 pack together. Aaron Reynolds was 017. He goes 618 on his 617. Colin Nash coming up next. 549 is going to be the dial in for the bike out of Orlando. Going up against Robert Treadwell over here in the Budweiser lane. 686 is the dial in. He's out of Callahan. All right, 49,000 difference at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Robert Treadwell getting the win line here as he goes dead on 7 with a 003 reaction time. He put a 10,000 pack together. Colin was 052 and went 553 on his 549. Flying Brian Jones coming up next. He's got a 468 dialed in on the dragster out of Orange Park. And he'll run up against Kurt Carlson over here in the Budweiser lane. Carlson with a 490 dialed in. mile separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Brian Jones getting the win line here as he goes 475 on his 468 dial in. As Kirk Carlson slowed to a 512 on his 490 dial in. That's going to bring up Dave Demarest next. Here we go here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And should be right up against A.J. Kelly. And it looks like there's some work going on Kelly's car out here trying to get it to fire up here. Looks like the starter may be locked up on it or something. But all right, so it looks like they got Kelly's car to start. So here we go up against Dave Demarest. Demarest is over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got 482 dialed in. Kelly with a 496 dial in. All right, got a clean start in both lanes, 24,000 difference at the starting line, and it's going to be A.J. Kelly getting the win line here as he goes through the 497 on the 496, and Demarest breaks out by 8 thousandths. All right, so it looks like that's going to wrap up that round of the Super Pros. Getting ready to go over here to our Junior Street category. Attention in the pits, Junior dragsters, need you to start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Need my 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior dragsters, start making your way to the staging lanes, please. Pro bikes and sportsmen, you should be in the lanes at this time. Pro bikes and sportsmen should be in the lanes at this time. Lucas Oil side of the track, 941 is going to be the dial-in on the S10 pickup. He's going to go up against Hayden DeLeon over here in the Budweiser lane. 1054 is going to be the dial-in for the Chevy pickup truck. All right, so we got a clean green light start here for both drivers. And it looks like Hayden DeLeon's going to get the win light here, 1068 on a 1054. As Michael Martin goes out with a 942 on his 941. All right, red light start there for Jacob Richards. He's going to give Monty Banger the automatic win light. Banger goes through with a 1005 on that 1016 dial-in. Brings up your next pair is we're going to have John Butler over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1295 the dial-in for the Honda Fit. Hunter Dowling is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. 1090 is going to be the dial-in for the Ford pickup. All right, Hunter Dowling picked up the win light there on a double breakout. All right, attention to this. Looking for got a parts call. Looking for some starter shims for a Big Block Chevrolet starter shims. So if you've got some, Mark Horton could use them back there to mark his pit area. So if you could get them back there to him, if you can't find him, bring them to me and I'll get in touch with him. All right, once again, if you got some starter shims out there, Mark Horton needs some back there. We can get him to his pit or get him up here to me, and I'll get in touch with him. So if you have some starter shims for a big block Chevy, they are in need. All right, here we go back into our pro bikes, and we've got Dwayne Leachman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 9 flat's going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against Brandon Rodriguez over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 920 dial in, and he turns off a red light, going to get the automatic win here to Leachman. Leachman is 004 on the tree, and he's going to go through with an 896 on his 9 flat dial in. All right, Thom Boat's coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1109 is going to be his dial in. He's going to run up against Larry Berger, who also has 1109 dialed in on the Harley-Davidson B-Rod out of Jacksonville. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Most was 083 to a 114 for Berger, and at the stripe, it's going to be Thom Boats picking up the win light here on a double breakout. And I'll bring up Vance Howdeshell next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1176 is going to be his dial in. He'll be running up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 927 dial in. Okay, here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Dwayne Schmidt Jr. getting the win line here on a double breakout. He went 923 on a 27, and Vance goes 1172 on 1176. Sam Parrish coming up next, 913 the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Anthony Vieira. He's got an 888 dialed in. Okay, Anthony Vieira is going to get the win line here on a double red light start. He was 002 on the red side, and Sam was way out. That's going to bring up Fireball Jeremy Davis next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 901 is going to be his dial in. He'll be right over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Kevin Cadby. Kevin's out of Keystone Heights, going to have an 830 dial in. He'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Kevin Cadby picks up the win there over Jeremy Davis. He went 860 on his 830 dial in. He was 020 on the tree. Jeremy was 080. Went 932 on his 901. All right, here we go to Sportsman. And we're going to have Jeff Barrier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1224 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. And he'll run up against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. 1222 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. All right, once again, looking for my junior dragsters back to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters need you back to the lanes, please. right, 70,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win line's going to come on for Salyers on a double breakout. He goes 12.18 on that 12.22. And his barrier goes 12.16 on his 12.24. Monica Roberts coming up next. 11.71 the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. She'll be going up against Bart Pangillion over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 12.74 dialed in on his Chevy Corvette. All right, we have a clean green line starting both lanes, 35,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win line's going to pop up down there for Martin Pangillion on a double breakout as he breaks out by the least amount, and we'll move on into the next round. Dawson Bass coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. It's got a 12.64 dialed in. Coming up against Corky Bumpus over here in the Budweiser lane. Corky with 11.52 dialed in on that 65 Plymouth wagon. Okay. Dawson Bass, he goes 004 on the Christmas tree. Corky's 021. And Dawson's going to get the win line here, 12.68 on a 64 dial in. Courtney goes out 11.59 on his 11.52. Chris Courtney coming up next. 11.04 is going to be his dial in. He'll be driving the Pontiac Trans Am from Gainesville. He'll run up against Jay Dickinson out of St. George, Georgia. 12.55 is going to be the dial in for him in the Dodge Challenger. And red line start there for Jay Dickinson is going to give Chris Courtney the automatic win. And Courtney goes 11.02 on his 11.04 dial in. Jay Dickinson went 12.67 on 12.55. Bob Hogston coming up next. 11 flat the dial in for the Chevy pickup out of Lane Butler. Going up against Blake Scott over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got 11.09 dialed in on his Dodge Challenger. Okay, so the win line's going to come on down there for Blake Scott on a double breakout. He breaks out by 4 thousandths, and Auction broke out by a bunch. That'll bring up your next pair is we're going to have Roy Johnson over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 12.20 dialed in on the Chevy Corvette. Going against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 13.91 dialed in on this Chevy Blazer. Red light start for the Corvette. It's going to give Harsh the automatic win. Okay, Dennis got 13.82 on that 13.91. 12.17 on 12.20 for Johnson. Bill Dobson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 13.36 is the dial in for the Chevy Colorado. He'll go up against Kenny Hires over here in the Budweiser lane. 11.27 is the dial in for the C10 truck out of Hawthorne. All right, we got a clean start. 5,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light comes on down there for Kenny Hires, he goes 11:20 on his 11:27. And Dobson breaks out with a 13:22 on his 36. And it looks like that's going to bring up your final pair of sportsmen in this time. This is going to be Clint Wilson over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11 flat's going to be the dial in for the Nova. He's going to go up against Mitchell Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 1374 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. All right, here we go back into our junior dragsters, and we're going to have Kylie Mockney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1199 is going to be the dial in. She's out of Venice, Florida. She'll run up against Shaw Daniel over here in the Budweiser lane. 1190 is going to be his dial in. nice start there for Shaw Daniels. Going to give the automatic win here to Kylie Mockney. And Kylie goes through 11.95 on her 11.99. Shaw goes through 11.88 on his 11.90. Hudson Matz coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 13.90 dialed in. He's out of Gainesville. He'll run up against Brinley Holdaway. 12.08 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Inverness. Okay, win lights coming on down there for Hudson Matz. He goes 13.91 on his 13.90 dial in. As Holdaway goes 12.09 on her 12.08 dial in. Olivia Butler coming up next. 12.13 is going to be her dial in. Okay, so Olivia is on her way on the bye run. And she goes through the 12.05 on that 12.13 dial in. That'll move us on up to the 10 to 12 year olds. And it looks like we're going to have Tyler Biddle coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 8.90 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Lincoln McMaster over there in the Budweiser lane. 8.95 is his dial in. All right, so we got a clean green line start, 70 thou difference at the starting line on a double breakout. Lincoln McMaster is going to get the win line here as he breaks out by 4 thousandths, and it looks like Tyler Biddle broke out by 11 thousandths. Blake Jones coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 8.90 dialed in. He'll be running up against Ryden Cook over here in the Budweiser lane, Ryden with an 8.90 is dialed in as well. Okay, win line's coming out down there for Blake Jones as he goes through with an 891 on his 890 dial in. As Ryan Cook breaks out with an 888 on his 890. Aaron Kennedy coming up next. 890 will be his dial in. He'll run up against Tanner Lockney over here in the Budweiser lane. Tanner also has 890 dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start. Looks like we got it up to 25,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Aaron Kennedy getting the win light here as he goes 892 on his 890 dial in. As Tanner goes out with an 894 on his 890. Johnny Moxley coming up next. 892 is going to be his dial in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll be running up against Wyatt Hicks over there in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 905 dial in. All right, 18,000 separate these two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Johnny Moxley getting the win light here on a double breakout. All right, Weston Daniel coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 898 dial in. And we're up against Sandra Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. 898 will be his dial in. Okay, we had a clean green light start. Looks like you got one that's pretty good, one's a little tardy. And Weston Daniel is going to get the win light here as he goes 902 on his 898 dial in, and Sandra Cook breaks out with an 889 on his 890 dial in. All right, Sierra Hank coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 893 is going to be her dial in. She'll run up against Carson Murphy over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 904 dialed in. All right, win light's going to come on over Sierra Hayes. She had a perfect reaction time. And she goes 894 on her 893 as Murphy breaks out with a 901 on a 904. Molly Banger coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got 890 dialed in, going against Ryder Kellogg over here in the Budweiser lane. And he also has 890 dialed in. like there came off of Molly Banger as Ryder Kellogg broke out. Peyton Duffett coming up next. 890 will be the dial in. He's out of Weston Chapel, Florida. Going against Scarlett Hicks over here in Budweiser Lane. She's got a 906 dialed in. And red line start for Scarlett Hicks is going to give Peyton Duffett the automatic win. And Peyton goes through with a 887 on an 890 dial in. Scarlett went 908 on her 906. That'll bring up Madison Butler next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got an 891 dialed in, going to run up against Caden Holdaway. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 895 dialed in. All right, we got a clean green line start. 72,000 separates these two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's coming on down there for Caden Holdaway as he goes 898 on his 895 dial in. As Madison Butler breaks out by 9 thousandths. All right, John Butler coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 898 dialed in. Going up against Briella Browning over here in the Budweiser lane. She also has an 898 dialed in. Okay, we got a clean green line start. Looks like we got 12 thou difference at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Briella Browning getting the win line here. She goes dead on 8 and picks up the win. And looks like your buy run coming up here for Sedona Goddess, and she's got an 898 dialed in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, please. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Overflow, go to 3 and 4. Need Super Pro Motorcycles, back to lane 7, please. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 792 dialed in. Brooklyn Collins will be over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 790 dialed in. All right, 28 thou difference at the starting line. And it's going to be Elman getting the win light here. She goes 793 on a 92 dial in. Brooklyn Collins goes dead on 9. Can't get the win light to come on as she was behind on the Christmas tree. Gavin Giddings coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 842 dialed in. Curtis Peak over here in the Budweiser lane's got 790 dialed in. Okay, win light's going to come on over there for Curtis Peak because he goes 795 on that 790 dial in. He was 003 on the tree. Gavin Giddings goes dead on 2, but he's 083. Couldn't overcome the better reaction time of Curtis Peak. Deegan Kellogg coming up next. 795 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against Hunter Dowling over here in the Budweiser lane. Hunter with a 820 dial in. Red light started by Hunter Dowling. He's going to give Deegan Kellogg the automatic win. And Deegan goes through with a 788 on his 95 dial in. Hunter went 824 on his 820. And we're going to have a license pass coming up here next. All right, attention to the pits, Need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7, please. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7.
While track prep's going on, we're going to hit a couple of commercials real quick. Yeah, Jeff, I'm sorry I can't flash up what round that we're in, but we should be going into the third round for all classes, starting with Pro, and they will continue on with Super Pro Motorcycle, Super Pro, Junior Street, Pro Motorcycle, Allen Speed and Machine Shop, Sportsman Class, Junior Dragster. So third round is coming up for all rounds. I'm still competing, so I'm not in here to flash up all the lower thirds. And that's also why we're a split screen. But we'll be right back after these commercials.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
All right, folks, here we are back in Pro Eliminator. We got Dan Sayers coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 768 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. Here we go up against Mark Gordon over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Callahan, Florida. 639 dial in. 21 miles separates the two at the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be Gordon getting the win line. As he goes 640 on a 639 dial in. Sayers goes 773 on a 68. Sayers actually ahead of him on the Christmas tree. 002 to a 023. Bart McDillion coming up next. 671 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll run up against Robert Treadwell over there in the Budweiser lane. 686 is his dial in. All right, 4,000 separate the two at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. Your win line's coming off of Robert Treadwell. As he goes 686 with a 0 on an 86 dial in. Bart goes dead on 7. And your margin of victory is 35/10,000ths of a second. Kevin Roberts coming up next. 743 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Chevy Camaro. He's going to be going up against Chris Duffett out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. He's got a 680 dialed in on his Chevy Camaro. And we got a clean green line starting both lanes. Looks like 34,000 difference at the starting line and the stripe. The win line's coming off for Kevin Roberts. So he goes 745 on that 743 dial in. David Zinke coming up next. 710 is going to be the dial in for the Duster out of Ponte Vedra Beach. He'll run up against James Turner over here in the Budweiser lane. 674 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. And a red light start there for Turner is going to give David the automatic win. David goes dead on 5. He'll move on into the next round. Turner went 677 on his 74 dial in. Steve Welsh coming up next. 680 will be his dial in on the 75 Duster. He's out of Ocala. He'll run up against D. Lichty over here in the Budweiser lane. 669 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Chevy Camaro. All right, we got a clean green light start. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be T. Lichty getting the win line here as he goes 672 on his 669 dial in. And Steve Welsh breaks out by 4,000ths. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 692 is going to be the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He's out of Wildwood. And he'll run up against Jimmy Hall over here in the Budweiser lane. 620, 725 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Hilliard. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes, and it's going to be Mike Gaffney getting the win line here as he goes 702 on his 692 dial in. Jimmy Hall breaks out with a 723 on his 725. Phil Green coming up next. 604 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Camaro. He's out of Ocala. He'll run up against Colin Nash over here in the Budweiser lane. 552 is the dial in. He's out of Orlando. All right, win line's going to come on down there for Phil Phil Green, as he goes through the 607 on that 604, he was ahead on the Christmas tree, 041 to an 098. Mike Bachman coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 643 dialed in. He went up against Robbie Hogston over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 620 dialed in. And the win line's going to come off for Robbie Hodgson on a double breakout. All right, attention to the bids. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2. Red light start there by Georgia Manuel's going to give Dawson Bass the automatic win. And Bass goes through with a 733 on his 731 dial in. Georgia Manuel went dead on 7, but he was 007 red. That's going to bring up Alan Dillman next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 655 dialed in on that stick shift Chevy Camaro. And he'll be going up against Rob Reynolds over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got 620 dialed in on his Camaro. All right, here we go back into Super Pro Motorcycles. We got Mike McCoskey coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 553 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Kevin Cadby. He's got a 535 dial in. He's out of Keystone Heights. Once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2. Need Junior Street. Junior Street, start making your way into staging lane number 8, please. Junior Street. Start making our way into staging lane number 8. Allen Speed Machine Sportsman. Start making your way into lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Sam Parrish going up against Vance Hadashell, and Hadashell is going to get the win right here, 744 on a 43 dial in. He was 007 on the tree. Sam goes out with a 580 on his 579. Roy Hagedorn coming up next, 569 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Venice, Florida. Going to run up against Dwayne Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane. 565 is his dial in. All right, win line's going to come on for Dwayne Leachman as Hagedorn breaks out by 1 foul. And that'll bring up Sandy Rodriguez Jr. He's got a 564 dialed in. All right, Sandy goes through with a 563 on his 564 dial in. All right, here we are back into Super Pro. We got Flying Brian Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 468 is going to be the dial in. Brian's out of Orange Park, Florida. Right up against Brandon Williams over here in the Budweiser lane. 736 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Red light start for Brandon Williams. Going to give Brian Jones the automatic win. Brian goes 467 on his 68 dial in. It's going to bring up Austin Logan over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 595 is going to be his dial in. They'll run up against AJ Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 497 dialed in. All right, Austin Logan's going to get the win line here as he goes 597 on the 95 dial in. Kelly goes out with a 498 on his 497. Logan. All right, attention to the pits, Junior Street. Need you to staging lane number 8. Junior Street, need you to staging lane 8. Pro Motorcycles, need you back to lane 7. Pro Bikes, need you in lane 7. Sportsman, need you to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, Shorty Powell just picks up the win right there as he goes 565 on his 563 dial in, taking out David Harris, who went dead on 2, but was way late on the Christmas tree and could not get the win line to come on. Bob George coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 604 is the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He's going to run up against Robert Ledbetter over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 595 dial in. He's out of Fort Pierce, Florida, driving the Pontiac Firebird. All right, 31,000 difference in the starting line. It's going to be Bob George getting the win line here as he goes 606 on his 604 dial in. As Ledbetter goes out with a 6 flat on his 595. 85 10,000ths of a second was the difference at the finish line. Jordan Prince coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 453 dial in. She's out of Sanford. Run up against Trent Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 485 dial in. He's out of Callahan, Florida. All right, 9,000 separates the two of them at the starting line. At the stripe, Jordan Prince is going to get the win line. She goes 455 on a 453 dial in. All right, that's going to bring up Brendan George next. He's got 492 dialed in on the dragster out of Beverly Hills. And he'll run up against James Butter over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 583 dialed in. right, got a clean start in both lanes, and James Bunner is going to get the win light here as he goes 585 on a 583 dial in. As Brendan George goes dead on 7, but he's 047 on the tree and can't seal the deal. Bunner picks up the win by 62 10,000ths of a second. Mike Bonacci coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 5 flat dialed in. He's going to run up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 474 is going to be the dial in for Gary. All right, Mike Bonacci has a perfect reaction time, goes 504 on a 5 flat dial in. Vasquez goes 477 on a 74. So Bonacci gets the win. And probably the bye run. James Hicks Jr. coming up next. 513 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Robbie Little. Robbie's out of Yulee, Florida. He's got a 512 dialed in. Okay, Hicks is going to get the win light here on a double red light start. He was 002 red, 007 for Robbie Little. And Hicks goes through the 512 on his 513. Little goes 517 on his 512. Haley Wright coming up next. 514 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Middleburg. And she'll run up against Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 454 dialed in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. Okay, we have a clean start in both lanes. 11,000 separates the two at the starting line, and Haley Wright's going to pick up the win line there. She goes 516 on the 514. She was 002 on the tree. Takes out Kelly Hicks, who went 456 on his 454 dial in. He was 013. That's going to bring up Grayson Wright. He's got a 493 dialed in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against Robert Treadwell over here in the Budweiser lane. 686 is his dial in. right start by Grayson Wright. It's going to give Robert Treadwell the automatic win. And Treadwell goes through the 687 on his 686 dial-in. All right, once again, I should have Junior Street. Junior Street, you should be in the lanes at this time. Junior Street, you should be in lane 8. Need Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Sportsmen should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsmen should be in lanes 5 and 6. All right, that's going to bring up Brian Jones next. 468 is going to be his dial-in. He's out of Orange Park. He'll run up against A.J. Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 498 dialed-in. All right, attention in the pits. Pro Motorcycles. Pro Motorcycles. Need into the staging lane 7. Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, you got clean green light starting both lanes, and it's going to be Brian Jones getting the win light here as he goes 470 on a 468 dial-in. All right, get your fire run coming up here for Andrew Kaiser. He's got a 525 dialed in. Okay, so Kaiser goes through the 527 on his 525. All right, once again, I need Pro Motorcycles in the lanes. Pro Bikes need you in the lanes. Need Sportsmen to the lanes. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Junior dragsters need to start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Junior dragsters need to start making your way back to the staging lanes, please. Need my 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, 13 and older lane 1. Junior Street, got our buy run out on the track right now. Hunter Dowling with a 1090 dial in. And he goes 1085. And that'll bring up Hayden DeLeon here next on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1058 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. He'll go up against Molly Banger over here in Budweiser lane. 1010 is going to be the dial in for the Super Duty Ford. Now, red light start there for Hayden DeLeon. Going to give the automatic win here to Molly Banger. All right, so here we go into the pro bikes. Anthony Guerra coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 888 is going to be the dial in for the bike out of Palm Coast. He'll go up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 923 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Citra. All right, we got a clean green light starting 15,000, separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your wind light's going to come on down there for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. as he goes 926 on the 923 dial in. Vieira goes 891 on his 888. Kevin Cadby coming up next. 835 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Keystone Heights. And Thom Motes will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 11 flat the dial in for the bike out of Ocala. Yeah, red light start for Thom Motes is going to give the automatic win here to Kevin Cadby. Cadby's got a perfect reaction time going. He goes 834 on his 835. Dwayne Leachman coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 895 dialed in. He will be your buy run. He's out of Wildwood. All right, Leachman's 009 on the tree. And he goes through with a 906. All right, looks like this is going to be a test pass here for Jeremy Davis. one goes through with a 10:31 at 141. All right, here we go into sportsman. Once again, I should have my junior dragsters back in the lanes. Junior dragsters should be back in the lanes, please. All right, here we go. We got Bart Pangillian coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1272 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette. He'll be going up against Dan Sayers over here in the Budweiser lane. 1218 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. Red light start by Bart Pangillian is going to give Sayers the automatic win. And Sayers goes through with a 1221 and his 1218 dial in. All right, Dawson Bass coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 1268 dial in. He'll be going against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser lane. 1391 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Blazer. And a red light start there by Dennis Harsh is going to give Dawson Bass the automatic win. Okay, Bass goes through with a 1264 on his 1268. Kenny Hires coming up next. He's over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1120 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Blake Scott over there in the Budweiser lane. 1109 is the dial in for Scott. Okay, so we got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win lights coming on down there for Blake Scott as he goes through 1111 on 1109 as Kenny Hire slows to 1129 on his 1120 dial in. Chris Courtney coming up next. He's got 1106 dialed in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Mitchell Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 1371 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. Okay, Chris Courtney is going to get the win line here as he goes 11:10 on that 11:06 dial in. Mitch goes dead on 2. He was behind on the Christmas tree by 70 thou. we go with our junior dragsters. And I believe this is maybe our final round here in the 6 to 9-year-olds. We got Kylie Moneybags Mockney over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Got 1195 dialed in. Going to run up against Hudson Matz over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 1390 dialed in. Okay, we got a clean green light start. 500 separate the two at the starting line. And the win light's going to come off from Mockney. And she goes 1191 on an 1195 dial in. Hudson goes out with a 1376 on his 1390. Olivia Butler coming up next over here. She's got a 1213 dialed in. All right, so Butler goes 1210 on the 1213 dial in. All right, so here we go up to the class to the 10 to 12-year-olds, and we got Johnny Moxley coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 892 is his dial in. Going against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 894 dial in. All right, 11,000 separates the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Johnny Moxley getting the win line here as he goes 894 on his 892 dial in. And Lincoln McMaster goes 897 on his 894. Molly Banger coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be her dial in. She'll be going against Sedona Goddess over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got an 895 dialed in. Okay, so we got quite a bit of a reaction time difference here. And Sedona Goddess is going to get the win light here. She goes 902 on her 895 as Molly Banger goes out with a 916 on her 890 dial in. Weston Daniel coming up next. 9 flat's going to be their dial in. Caden Holdaway is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 895 dialed in. Okay, win light's going to come on for Weston Daniel. He goes 9 flat with a 1 on that 9 flat dial in. Had a 009 reaction time, puts a 10th thou back together. And Caden breaks out with a 1091 on his 1095. All right, Aaron Kennedy coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 890 dialed in. He'll run up against Briella Browning over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 903 dial in. All right, 2,000 separate the two at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Aaron picking up the win light there as he goes through with an 886 on his 890 dial in. Briella Browning breaks out with an 896 on her 903. Blake Jones coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 890 dial in. Then we go up against Peyton Duffett over here in the Budweiser lane. He also has an 890 dial in. All right. Got a big difference here in the reaction times. And the win light's going to come on for Peyton Duffett, 895 on that 890 dial in. Blake Jones goes dead on 8, but unfortunately can't get the light to come on as he was way behind on the Christmas tree. And that'll bring up Sierra Haight. She has an 892 dial in. All right, attention in the pits, I need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you back to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, we had a clean green light start between Deegan Kellogg and Gianna Edelman. And it looks like the win light's going to come on for Edelman as she goes 794 on her 92 dial in as Kellogg breaks out by 2 thousandths. And it looks like it's going to bring up Curtis Peak here, your buy ride for this round. He's got a 790 dialed in. Alright, so Curtis goes through with a 789 on his 790 dial in. Looks like that's going to wrap up that round of the junior dragsters. And looks like we got a couple of test hits coming up here. Alright, once again looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2, Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7.
No. You didn't force it down my throat.
All right, here we go back into our Reynolds Automotive Pro Eliminator. We got Aaron Reynolds coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 623 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He'll be going up against Bob Hodgson over here in the actually Robbie Hodgson over there in the Lucas Oil in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 620 dial in. Okay, win line's coming on for Aaron Reynolds. He goes 620 double breakout. He breaks out before thou. Looks like Hodgson broke out by a 100, excuse me. It's going to bring up Phil Green next. 605 is going to be his dial in. He'll be running up against Mark Horton. Horton's got a 639 dial in. Okay, 13th out separates the two to the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be David Zinke getting the win light here as he goes 7-11 with a 0 on that 7-11 dial in. Good run there for him. Robert Treadwell goes 686 on 687. 687 on 686. Okay, Dawson Bass coming up next over here on Lucas Oil Lane. He's got a 733 dial in going up against D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 670 dial in. Okay, it's going to be D. Lichty getting the win light here as he goes 009, goes 677, 670 on the 670 dial in. All right, attention to the pits, Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro. Need you to start making your way to lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, Mike Gaffney going up against Rob Reynolds, and Gaffney's going to get the win light here as he goes 696 on his 693 dial-in. Rob Reynolds goes dead on 2, but he's 110 on the reaction time to an 012 for Mike Gaffney. And your buy run coming up here next for Kevin Roberts. He's got a 744 dialed in on his 69 Camaro. Kevin Roberts goes 001 on the Christmas tree. He goes 743 with a 7 on a 744 dial in. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2. All right, attention to the pits. Junior Street, make your way to the staging lane 8, please. Junior Street, let's make our way to staging lane number 8, please. Red line start there for Vance Hadashell is going to give Dwayne Leachman the automatic win light. And Leachman goes to 572 on his 567 dial in. All right, attention in the pits. I need Junior Street back to lane 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8. Need Pro Motorcycles back to lane 7. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Allen Speed Machine Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. Once again, look for Super Pro. Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro needs you to lanes 1 and 2.
All right, got Junior Street coming up. This is the final.
All right, attention in the pits. Super Pro, missing one. We're fixing to run without you. If you're still in it, you need to make your way into the staging lanes. Super Pro needs you in the lanes. All right, here we go with our Junior Street final. Looks like we're going to have Hunter Dowling over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1090 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Molly Banger over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 1010 dialed in. All right, so both drivers away clean and green. It looks like Molly Banger is going to get the win light here. She goes 1020 on that 1010 dial in. As Hunter breaks out with a 1083 on his 1090 dial in. Dragster sponsored by Stroke.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
All right, here we go back into our Super Pro, and we've got James Hicks Jr. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 512 is going to be the dial in. He'll run up against Andrew Kaiser over here in the Budweiser lane. 525 is going to be his dial in. All right, 1,000 separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Kaiser getting the win line here, 527 on a 25 dial in. And James Hicks goes 514 on his 512. Austin Logan coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 601 dialed in on his Chevy Camaro. He'll run up against Robert Treadwell out of Callahan. 687 is going to be his dial in. All right, attention in the pits, I need Pro Bikes needs you back to lane 7. Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. Sportsman, missing one driver, need you in the lane. Sportsman, need you back to the lanes, come on down. All right, Austin Logan picks up the win line here as he goes 603 on that 601 dial in. He was 009 on the reaction time as Treadwell goes 688 on his 687. Flying Brian Jones coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 468 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Bob George over here in the Budweiser lane. George has got a 605 dial in. All right, win line's going to come on down there for Flying Brian Jones. He goes 469 on his 468 dial in. Bob George goes dead 9. Cannot get the deal done as he's 017 on the tree, and Brian was 004. Jordan Prince coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 455 dialed in. She's running against Sherby Powell over there in the Budweiser lane. Sherby with a 663 dial in. All right, win line's going to come on over there for Jordan Prince. She goes 456 on her 455 dial in. She was 007 on the tree. That's going to bring up James Bunner next. He's got a 583 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Haley Wright's going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 514 dialed in. All right, 17,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be James Bunner getting the win line here, 584 and his 583. As Haley Wright goes out with 518 on 514. All right, next to the pitch, Junior Dragster. Start back to the back of the stage lane, please. Junior Dragster, take it back to the left, please.
And that last pairing was Brian Jones picking up the win in the Budweiser lane and the Super
All right, here we
Pro
go
class.
back into the pro bikes, and we're going to have Dwayne Leachman coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 905 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 926 is going to be the dial in for Schmidt. All right, 33,006 is the difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe here. Win line's going to come on down there for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. as he goes 930 on a 926 dial in. Byron coming up here next for Kevin Cadby, excuse me. Cadby with an 835 dial in. All right, Kevin is going to go through an 835 with a 1, and he was 056 on the tree. As it looks like we're getting ready to go over here to Sportsman. Looks like this will probably be a semifinals in Sportsman. Chris Courtney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1108 the dial in for the 77 Pontiac Trans Am. He's out of Gainesville. And Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane has got a 1221 dial in on his 71 Monte Carlo. Yeah, red line start there by Chris Courtney is going to give the automatic win here to Dan Salyers. Dan Salyers is going to go through with a 1218 on that 1221 dial in as Chris Courtney went 1106 on his 1108. Dawson Bass coming up next. 1264 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And we're going up against Blake Scott over here in the Budweiser lane. 1112 is the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. And red line start there for Blake Scott. It's going to give Dawson Bass the automatic win. And Bass goes through with a 1276 on that 1264 dial in. go. We got Kylie Mockney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1190 is her dial in, going against Olivia Butler over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 1213 dialed in. Okay, so it looks like we've got 35,000 difference at the starting line, and Kylie Mockney is going to get the win line, 1198 on 1190 dial in, as Butler breaks out with a 12-10 on a 1213. All right, we're going to step it up just a little bit here to the 12 to 13-year-olds, and we've got Aaron Kennedy coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 891 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Sedona Goddess out of Odessa, Florida. 895 is going to be the dial in there in the Budweiser lane. All right, we got green light starts in both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Sedona Goddess with the win. She goes 899 on an 895, as Aaron breaks out with an 887 on his 891. All right, Peyton Duffett coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be his dial in, going against Sierra Haight over here in Budweiser lane. She's got an 892 dialed in. And the win light's going to come on over there for Sierra Haight. She goes 906 on her 892, as Peyton goes out with an 894 on an 890 dial in. Weston Daniel coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 899 is his dial in, going up against Johnny Moxley. Moxley with an 892 dial in. He'll be running over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 19,000 separates these two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Weston Daniel getting the win light here, 903 on that 899 dial in. right, attention in the pits, I need Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. These Super Pro motorcycles back to lane 7. Super Pro bikes lane 7. Okay, looks like the wheel line here is going to come off for Curtis Peak as he goes 801 on his 790 dial-in as Edelman. It's a little bit tardy on the tree, went 796 on that 794. All right, so it looks like we got Ryan Cook coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking for my Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator back to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator 1 and 2. Super Pro bikes need you back to lanes 7. Super Pro motorcycle back to lane 7, please. All right, now we have Xander Cook next. All right, attention in the pits. If you're still in it, bring yourself to the staging lanes, please. If you are still in the event, start making your way into the lanes. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro, lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman, 5 and 6. you're still in it, let's cool up the fuel. Let's get them back in the lanes. Like to see my pro bike, super pro bikes, sportsmen, pro and super pro. Start making our way back into the lanes, please. Looks like we are maybe expecting some bad weather coming this way here shortly, so let's try and get this thing done. So come on down.
All right, we're getting ready to go into the quarterfinals of Pro.
All right, here we go back into our Pro Eliminator. Getting down to the nitty gritty here. Kevin Roberts over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 743 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Hawthorne, Florida. Here running up against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Melbourne. 623 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, 5,000 separates the two at the starting line. This one should be close. Here we go. It's going to be Kevin Roberts getting the win line. 745 on a 43 dial in. As Aaron Reynolds breaks out with a 621 on his 623. Mark Horton coming up over here next. 642 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Callahan. He'll run up against D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. 670 is going to be the dial in on the 69 Camaro out of St. John's. All right, we got 30,000 difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be D. Lichty getting the win line here as he goes 672 on his 670 dial in. Horton breaks out by 5 thousandths. And that's going to bring up Mike Gaffney next. The 77 AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood's got a 693 dial in. Went up against David Sinke over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 710 dial in. He's out of Ponte Vedra, Florida, driving the Plymouth Duster. All right, 6,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Mike Gaffney getting the win line here as he goes dead on 8 and gets the win line. David goes 7-11 on his 710 dial in. All right, here we go with the Super Bike Super Pro motorcycle. I think this is the final round here. Is we got Mike Likoski coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 553 is going to be his dial in. Here we going up against Dwayne Leachman. Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane's got a 571 dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start. 23,000 separates the two at the starting line. It's going to be Dwayne Leachman getting the win light here. He goes 572 on his 571. He was ahead on the Christmas tree as well, as he was 036 to an 059 for Lakoski. Lakoski breaks out by 9 thousandths.
I hear you, David.
All right, Jordan Prince coming up over here on the Lucas Oil Lane. 455 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Sanford, Florida. Right up against Andrew Kaiser over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 527 dial in. He's out of Green Cove Springs.
Quarterfinals.
All right, 4,000 separates the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Jordan Prince getting the win line. She goes 456 on her 455 dial in. Andrew Kaiser goes out with 529 on his 527. That's going to bring up Austin Logan next. 595 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Port Charlotte, Florida. Then we ran up against James Bunner over here in the Budweiser lane at Dade City. He's got a 583 dialed in. All right, win line's coming out there for Austin Logan as he goes through with a 596 on a 595 dial in. Good run there for him. James Bunner went 586 on his 583. Bunner was actually ahead on the Christmas tree 014 to an 032. All right, so Brian Jones, as the ladder would have it, had to race himself. So he's just going to roll up there, take the beam, and roll back out of the way. Watch out, Sierra. we go into our sportsman final round. All right, so here we go with sportsman. We got Dawson Bass coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1275 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane. 1218 is going to be the dial in for the 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Reddick, Florida. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And here we go to the stripe, and the wind light's going to come on down there for Dawson Bass. He goes 1276 on the 75 dial in, and Salyers goes out with a 1220 on his 1218 dial in. Bass was actually ahead on the Christmas trees. He was 027 to Salyers 081. All right, here we go with our Pro Bike final. It looks like we're going to have Kevin Cadby coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 835 is going to be his dial in. Here we're up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in Budweiser lane. 928 is going to be his dial in. Hey, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. is going to get the win light here as he goes 930 on that 928 dial in. And Kevin goes 836 on his 835, but he was well behind on the Christmas tree as Schmidt had a 086 to Kevin's 190. All right, here we go back into the junior dragsters, and we're going to have Sierra Haight coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got an 892 dialed in, and she'll run up against Weston Daniel over here in the Budweiser lane. 902 is his dial in. All right, so it looks like we got problems with Weston Daniel's car, so it looks like this is going to be a competition by
Yeah, it looked like they were having some problems with the car, so I think they're going to allow him 2 minutes to see if they can get it fixed. In the meantime, they're going to run the bye run here. A little bit of sportsmanship being displayed. Yeah, looked like they couldn't get it fixed, so he's going to get a competition bye here. Going to take the tree and back it out. Looks like we got to test it over here in the Budweiser lane as we let the cars cool off for Super Pro and Pro for their semifinals. Looks like we got some weather on the way, but looks like we should be able to get everything done before it arrives.
All right, Ryan Cook out there right now doing a little test run. Just 889.72. Here comes brother Xander. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Pro and Super Pro back to the lanes. Pro and Super Pro, need you back to the lanes. All right, Xander goes through with an 886 at 72. All right, once again, look for Pro and Super Pro. Back to the lanes. Pro and Super Pro. Back to the lanes, please.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit. We'll protect it.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
All right, we're waiting for our pro and semi-pro drivers to return to the staging lanes for the semifinal in both of those classes.
All right, folks, I see some darker clouds starting to roll in, which means it could get kind of wet around here in a hurry. So let's start picking up the pace a little bit so we can try and get everything taken care of. So Pro and Super Pro, we need you in the lane so we can get you paired up, get you down the track. go back into Super Pro, and we've got Jordan Prince coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 455 is going to be her dial in. She'll be running up against Austin Logan over there in the Budweiser lane. 595 is his dial in. All right, so this is semifinals here in the Super Pro category. And we've got 1 thou separates the two in the starting line. Here we go to strike. Jordan Prince gets the win line dead on 5 with 11 reaction time, puts a 16 thou pack together. Austin puts a 17 thou pack together. Your margin of victory is 11 ten-thousandths of a second. Jordan was 0-11 to an 0-10 for Austin. All right, so here comes Flying Brian Jones on the bye run. He's got a 468 dial in. All right, Brian Jones off and running on his bye run. Goes 473 on that 468. All right, here we go with our, I think it's going to be our semifinals in Pro Eliminator. We got Kevin Roberts, who's got the bye run. He's going to run over here on the Lucas Oil lane. Got a 743 dialed in on his 69 Camaro. All right, so Kevin goes through with a 768 on his 743. That's going to bring up Mike Gaffney next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 693 is going to be the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. Our D. Lichty will be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 670 dialed in on his 69 Camaro. It's out of St. John's, Florida. So what are we going to have? We're going to have an all 69 Camaro final round, or is Gaffney going to knock out 2 Camaros to get to the win? And red light start there for D. Lichty is going to give Mike Gaffney the automatic win light. And Gaffney goes 692 with a 7 on his 693. So Gaffney will be coming back around to race yet one more 69 Camaro to see if he can make it to the winner's circle here today. All right, so Pro and Super Pro drivers, cool and fuel. Let's get them back in the lanes, please. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're trying to race the rain, so we want y'all to get them cooled and fueled, and let's get them back in the lanes as quick as we can, please, so we can try and get these final rounds taken care of. All right, here's our junior dragster final round. This will be for your 10 to 12-year-olds. Sierra Hate's going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got an 892 dialed in. Going to be right up against Sedona Goddess over there in the Budweiser lane. 898 is her dial in. clean green light start. Looks like we got a 57,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's gonna be Sierra Haight picking up the win light here. She goes 9:02 on her 8:92. As Sedona goes 9:16 on her 8:98.
All right, we're just waiting for our cars to come back around for the finals and Super Pro and Pro, and we can call it a day. I want to thank everyone for watching On the Spot Motorsports Media here at Gainesville Raceway for their Scorpion ET Bracket Series. This was race number 14. We are going to take a little break throughout the month of July and August from our bracket racing program, and we'll be coming back the first weekend of September. And shortly right after that race, the next following weekend will be NHRA Division II bracket finals that will be taking place at South Georgia Motorsports Park.
All right, attention in the pits. Need Pro and Super Pro back to the lanes. Pro and Super Pro, need you back to the lanes. Come on down. All right, Mike Gaffney, your presence is requested in the staging lanes. Pro final round. And it's going to be Jordan Prince over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 4:55 is going to be the dial in. She's out of Sanford, Florida. Running up against Brian Jones. 4:70 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Orange Park, Florida. All right, fourth out separates the two at the starting line. Here we go, the stripe, and it's going to be Jordan Prince picking up the win here. She goes 4:56 on a 55 dial in as Brian Jones breaks out by 15 thou. And that brings us up to the Pro Eliminator final. And we're going to have Kevin Roberts coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 7:43 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Chevy Camaro. Going up against Mike Gaffney over here in the Budweiser lane. 6:92 is going to be his dial in. All right, here we go. We're staged up. Oh, Gaffney just rolled the beam and lost the race. Kevin Roberts is going to be the winner here today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to take care of things here for us here this weekend at Gainesville Raceway. We do appreciate everybody coming out and being with us. Please be safe on your way home. Enjoy next week. Enjoy the 4th. Be careful out there, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you next time. Good night, everybody.
Again, we want to thank everyone who's tuned in to On the Spot Motorsports Media this weekend, watching race 13 and race 14 of the Scorpion ET Bracket Series right here in Gainesville, Florida. Please join us on Thursday nights, except for this upcoming Thursday, because it's the 4th of July and we're going to be celebrating our country's birthday and spending time with our family. So just stay tuned to our page. We will have the results of the Summit Racing Equipment NHRA Nationals later on this afternoon, and we'll be posting the breakdown of NASCAR by the stage winners and whoever comes on top at the end of the day. Until next time, take care.